I'd like to welcome everybody and call this meeting to order to our September 13th, 2022 Public Schools Roberts County meeting. We have our invocation by Vice Chair Randy Lawson.
Student at Shining Star that passed away this weekend. If you would join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for your mercy, grace, and love. Dear Heavenly Father, just put your hedge of protection around us. Dear Heavenly Father, we just lift up the family of the child at Shining Stars, dear Heavenly Father, and that your will was done, dear Heavenly Father. Dear Heavenly Father, just lead, guide, and direct us in our meeting, dear Heavenly Father. That would be what was righteous to you and your kingdom, dear Heavenly Father. We ask this in Jesus Christ's holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Now we have someone make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The agenda has been passed. Approval of the minutes, open session.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Have a first by Mr. Lawson, second by Mr. Craig. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Information items. National Masonry Industry Association Hall of Fame, Mr. Jimmy Brown, Mr. Mark Smith will present.
Mr. Herman, if you'll come up also, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. This summer, and actually every summer, Mr. Brown attends the National Masonry Instructors Association Conference down in Myrtle Beach. And I was sitting in my office, and lo and behold, Mr. Brown comes back and says, Mr. Smith, I got some news for you. I said, well, Mr. Brown, what's going on? He said, well, Mr. Smith, I just got nominated into the National Masonry Instructors Association Hall of Fame. Mr. Brown was actually one of the folks that started the National Masonry Instructors Association, and he has been honored in their Hall of Fame. Mr. Brown does an absolutely fantastic job with our students at the Career Center, and it might say career and technical education, but he's a great teacher. I don't care what the subject area is. So on behalf of the Public Schools of Robertson County, I want to present Mr. Brown this National Masonry Instructors Association Hall of Fame plaque, and it reads, Jimmy Brown Instructor, in recognition of your untiring work and dedicated service to our organization and the youth of your school. You have been an asset to the masonry industry and your community. Your tenure as an instructor has been great, and we hope your continued success. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, July 12th, 2022. Mr. Brown. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just to add to that, I agree with everything that Mark said. Mr. Brown's a great instructor. Not only is he takes pride in his work, he makes students take pride in their work. And that's very, very important. You know, we've had several students that were placed in the state competition in Skills USA, and Mr. Brown, he pushes them to participate in that. And I will say this one short moment. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, before COVID, we were there, and young man, Mr. Brown, had 2 people in the competition. And right in the middle of the competition, a water pipe bursted right over one of his students, and it just started gouging water down like crazy, washed his whole project out. But you know what? The young man he didn't fret a bit. He went right back in there, and he put himself together and made his project all over again. So, hey, that's the kind of instructor that teaches his students to endure whatever comes their way. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, again, congratulations to you. It's always an honor when your peers recognize you for your service, your dedication, and your pursuit of excellence. Thank you so much for all that you've done and in the whole, so let's just go it on. Thank you for what you're doing for students. It's an exciting time. The skills that you're teaching kids, they need that. They certification, credential, they can go from high school to work, and that's important, and become entrepreneurs. So we're excited about that. Again, congratulations.
I had the privilege of working as principal at the Career Center with Mr. Brown some years ago. And Mr. Brown would greet me first thing in the morning. He would already be there getting things ready for his students. And then he would greet each one of them personally. And about every other day, he would come to my office and say, "Mr. Gentry, come on down here. We've got something we want to show you." You remember that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And sure enough, he'd have something new. There was limited space back there to build chimneys and grills and all the other things. And he had a way of, along with the students, I'm not going to say discarding, but recycling the bricks, and there would be something new about every other day, or sometimes several things. And, and I just appreciated and enjoyed working with him those years.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I truly thank God, first and most of all, for being here and being inducted into the Hall of Fame on behalf of the public schools of Robeson County. Within the organization, in the national organization, it's a good organization to be a part of, because a lot of time we get a lot of our brick and a block, and now the mortar free with the donations from all the industry, because that's what the association is about. It's about coming together with the industry. So we have the Brick Association, the Block Association, and the Concrete Association of the Carolinas. So all that industry comes together, and that's how we get the material, because they be at the conferences as well. And if you call the Triangular Brick or Palmetto Brick in South Carolina, they'll do the donations because you're a member of the association. In 1996, one of the McGee brothers from Charlotte, North Carolina, set the Guinness Book of World Record by laying 1,400 brick in 1 hour. If you do the math on that, that's about 24 brick per minute. And that title stayed in North Carolina for a while. You can look it up, Travis McGee on YouTube, and he was the one that set the Guinness Book of World Record out in Texas. The guy that had the record, he had it for 4 years, he was never challenged. So the guy from North Carolina said, "Hey, you know, we'll challenge this guy." It takes about $10,000 to enter the contest. These guys went out there and they put North Carolina on the map. Also, North Carolina has more gold medals than any other states combined. And it's already been predicted that there's no state in the United States that will ever beat North Carolina in a masonry competition. And it's been like that before I started teaching, and it's been like that my whole entire career, and it's projected that there's no other state out there in masonry that can touch North Carolina. They're just unbeatable in that type of competition. And one thing I would like to say, learning the trade, when I came through, graduated when I was 16 years old. There's a lot about a brick small enough to even fit in your pocket. What is the purpose of the holes in the brick? It makes the units lighter. It eases the shipping cost. You know, it gives the brick its characteristics. When you spread the mortar and you lay the brick in the mortar with the hose, the mortar gushes up, it locks that unit on the wall. So this, with that little purpose of just the hose being in the brick, it identified the company that made that brick. Even though companies have 3 holes in the brick, some companies' patent has to be square holes opposed to round holes. If you see any numbers or indentions on the brick, it gives the temperature of the brick, the date that it was made, that firing temperature, so you can relocate that clay back in the earth. So there's a lot that goes on in the class as for the theory, as for the concepts of it, and then the precision of the mason as for the laying ability. You know, training the hands in the minds that builds the future. So we have a morning discussion and immediately take them in the shop and we begin. So that happens not one day, but every day that I stand before them. You got to have some theory, and then you got to have the physical ability and the technique and the art, because that's what it is. It's an art. It's the oldest trade that's known to man. Before there was an airplane, ships, locomotive, there was people building with brick. I would like to thank each and every one of you for your time, and I appreciate everything. And I do this job with the passion and desire and the yearning and the craving that I had because I was a student in class as well. And I could feel every student when they relate to me as for sitting there, it's time to go out in the shop and get busy. Because it's not about a lot of sitting around. Theory is good because you need that, but you need both. I appreciate it and I thank you.
Well, I think that's pretty evident as to why he's in the Hall of Fame.
And I also serve as the president now of the association. And the merger that I was talking about, it was with the MCAA. I will be the guy that leads these guys here, all the instructors in the United States, whether they're teaching in prison, out in Arizona, Texas, California. The number one guy right now is me. I'm the one that's in the chair, and I'll be the one leading these guys over into the MCAA. Now, what is the MCAA? The Masonry Contractors Association of America. They have a lot of outlets. So for us to join together with this other company, this other organization, it's going to be a good thing for everybody that's tied into the organization. Industry, and as for all the internet services and everything, they're going to provide that. So it's going to be a good merger. And we already began the process. We have lawyers involved, and it's constantly moving on. But thank you.
Okay, at this time we have our, excuse me, at this time we have a presentation by the firms. Dr. Williamson.
Mr. Chairman and members, thank you. As you are aware, we would hear 3 presentations tonight in hopes that they can represent the public schools of Robertson County providing legal services. We're excited about that. We would ask to be mindful of the time in terms of the presentation, and if there's questions, and Mr. Chair, I think we'll do that at the end.
Yes.
Great. This time I ask Vogt if you step up, present your team, and let's hear your presentation.
Well, good evening.
Good
Mr.
evening.
Chairman, Dr. Williamson, and members of the board, and members of the cabinet. My name is Jonathan Vogel. I'm the managing attorney of the Vogel firm, the first of 3 firms presenting tonight. I want to introduce you to my colleagues, Leah Sink to my left, your right, and Jonathan Sink to my right, your left. Together, we are presenting to you. We are really, really excited to be here. We are very appreciative for the opportunity to present to you because this is what we do. This is all we do is education law, and we're excited about helping school boards and school districts with the work that they have. I'm going to lead off our presentation, but you'll hear from Leah and Jonathan, the other Jonathan, after I speak. I want to introduce you to the firm. I want to introduce you to the people here standing before you. I want to talk to you a little bit about our proposal financially, and then I'll begin to talk to you about our capabilities, and then I'll turn it over to Leah to talk about other of our capabilities, and then she'll turn it over to Jonathan to talk about our contacts and our references and our experience in Robeson County. To begin, our firm, Vogel, does things differently. We do things differently than the establishment education law firms that are in Raleigh. We are both a school and student-focused firm. We have a new approach. We're nimble. Even before COVID, we were a firm that was lean and can adapt very quickly to the needs. We're able to keep a low overhead and pass the savings on to our clients, the school boards, and to the taxpayers of Robeson County. What we do is we give the school board and the school district individualized attention. Let me click to the next slide. Now, what we mean by that is we don't have half a dozen school board clients. We only have a couple, and what we want to do is just keep a few school board, school district clients and provide individualized attention. That is, you're not a number to us. We're not a firm that merely wants to respond when you call us with problems. We want to be proactive with you. And that's the second bullet there. And the way that we can be proactive with you is we can train. We want to train. That is, we want to be preventative. We want to help you. We want to answer your questions 24/7. We can do things over the phone. We could do things video conference, and we are very happy and eager to come here in person to meet with the staff, whether it's a formal training, an informal training, answering questions on the fly. Our focus is always to help you. Our focus is always to help you with compliance, to be proactive and preventative, to avoid any problems down the line. It's about risk mitigation. And what we do is, while we're representing you, while you are our client, the school board, and day to day we are working often with members of the school district, we are never losing sight of the fact that students are the mission of the school district, and empowering students and working toward student academic and otherwise student growth. But you are our client. The school board is our client. And we will never lose sight of the school board as our client. So the firm was founded by me, but I want to start by talking about my colleagues here. My colleagues, Leah Sink and Jonathan Sink, have many years of education law experience, many years of legal experience. Currently, Leah and Jonathan represent the Cleveland County Board of Education. Leah is the lead attorney on behalf of Cleveland County, which is in Shelby, of course. She handles all nature of issues for Cleveland County Board of Education and the Cleveland County School District. She also has a very successful mediation practice. Leah is what we call a peacemaker. She finds solutions. She brings people together. If that's not enough, Leah is a former deputy commissioner of the North Carolina Industrial Commission, which means she was essentially a judge. That's the kind of person Leah is. She finds solutions and she brings folks together. A graduate of UNC Chapel Hill undergrad. Jonathan Sink works with Leah on the Cleveland County Board of Education legal representation. Jonathan has 8 years of experience previously as an attorney with Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, where he worked on many types of issues with a particular focus on EC students, Section 504 OCR, that is Office of Civil Rights compliance and investigation work. If that's not enough, Jonathan is the former general counsel of the Department of Public Instruction. That is, he was the chief lawyer at DPI. That's the type of experience that Leah and Jonathan bring to the table. As for me, I'm a former Deputy General Counsel at the United States Department of Education, where I worked for several years on a whole host of issues, including regulatory issues pertaining to the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, civil rights matters, among others. I'm also a former U.S. Department of Justice civil rights lawyer and Department of Justice prosecutor, where I worked on a host of issues, education and otherwise, and prosecuted. Today, I manage the Vogel firm. I represent Cabarrus County Board of Education in Concord, the 8th largest school district in the state, and we have a whole host of issues the same that you have. The law firm's practice exceeds K through 12. We have a higher education practice and a student loan practice as well. Education law is our business. This slide again notes the school board representation and experience that we have. Let me take a moment here to explain that the representation that we're presenting to you is the Vogel firm, and it's being done in partnership with Jonathan and Leah's firm, which is the Sync firm, and together we are providing you legal representation. So the arrangement would be with the Vogel firm, and then my firm has an arrangement with Jonathan and Leah Sync. We are one body, though, providing legal representation to you. And that might sound a little unorthodox, but that's because we're not an establishment law firm. We're not one of these large firms with large overhead in a downtown Raleigh building. You know, we are leaner, we do things differently, and we pass the savings on to you. So at this time, I want to talk about a little bit about dollars and cents, because you're going to be hearing from two other law firms, right? You're going to be here hearing from lawyers for about 3 hours, and that's a long time. Sorry, and that's a long time. And we don't want you to forget something very important, and that is the first law firm that you're hearing from is going to, or proposes to, deliver not just fantastic service, but a fantastic deal. Terrific savings to you, the school board, and to the taxpayers of Robeson County. And I'm going to explain that to you now because I don't want you to forget it. And as you listen to our presentation and to the presentations that follow us, I don't want you to forget that the first law firm that presented to you is offering you a deal unlike the others. I'm going to get to that now. While the other law firms, we've had an opportunity to look at their proposals through Dr. Williamson and his staff. While they offer half a dozen or more options, we keep it very simple. We offer two basic options for you in our representation. We say one is board policy and training work only, and the other type of work that we would do would be on an hourly basis. So that is the board policy and training work would go under a monthly retainer, and everything else would be hourly billable work. Or what we would recommend is that the board policy and training work together with day-to-day school district matters be included in a monthly retainer. So what we mean by that is, I would take the lead on behalf of the firm in counseling the board and working and attending board meetings and sitting with you up on this dais if you would have me. Otherwise, I'll be in attendance. Otherwise, I would take the lead in working with you and getting ready for board meetings, in working with you on board policy matters, board training, including ethics training, setting the agenda before meetings, all of those kind of school board specific items. I would take the lead on. The day-to-day school district matters, Leah and Jonathan would take the lead on and work with the school district staff day to day. But what we recommend is one monthly retainer that would cover both types of work. That way, there's very little that would fall outside of the monthly retainer, very little that would be hourly billing. It brings great predictability for the school board and knowing what the costs are. You won't have to think about, should I, or should the staff call the lawyers or email the lawyers? Gosh, they're going to charge us for that. You won't have to think about that. It's we call kind of an all-inclusive package with very few items outside of that monthly retainer. So for just the board only work would be a monthly retainer of $8,000. But for the one that we recommend, the combination board work plus day-to-day school district matters, that would be a monthly retainer of $15,000. Those are the two options. The one that's highlighted is what we recommend only because it's more inclusive. It's all inclusive. This is a comparison for you to see that whereas when you hear $15,000 and you might think, well, that sounds like a lot of money, it is 50% of what the other law firms who will be presenting to you are offering in the best apples to apples comparison that we can make. That is our all-inclusive monthly retainer option versus their all-inclusive monthly retainer options. Theirs are $30,000. Ours is $15,000. Again, theirs is $30,000 and ours is $15,000. And you might say, well, how can that be? How can it be that you come in so much lower, than the other firms? And there's a really good explanation for it. We represent Cabarrus County School Board, as I told you, and the going rate for a school district that has about 32,000 students is a monthly, all-inclusive monthly retainer of about $32,000. Kind of adds up quite nicely, makes it nice to see, kind of a dollar for dollar. I can tell you that's the rate at Cabarrus because I'm the attorney for Cabarrus, and that's public knowledge. It's a public contract. Robison, as you know, has approximately 21,000 students. So in apples to apples, a going rate for Robinson County would be around $20,000 for an all-inclusive monthly retainer. The other firms are coming in on an all-inclusive option of $30,000, much, much higher. We're coming in lower at $15,000. So what I'm trying to tell you is we're coming in lower than the going rate. They're coming in much, much higher than the going rate. And you might ask, how could they do that, or why would they do that? I'm not quite sure, but this much I can tell you is they should know. They should know better, frankly, because they used to represent Cabarrus County School Board up until a year and a half or so ago. That is, our law firm newly represents Cabarrus County Board. The other two law firms that we'll present to you today, less than a year ago, were one law firm. There were one law firm that was called Schwartz and Shaw, and they used to represent Cabarrus County School Board, and our law firm was chosen to succeed them. They no longer represent Cabarrus County. We do, and at the time that they did, their all-inclusive monthly retainer was $30,000, so they know the going rate for a school district the size of Cabarrus would be about $30,000, not a school district the size of Robinson. School district the size of Robinson would be $20,000 at most for an all-inclusive monthly retainer. We're coming in at $15,000. Another reason why we're able to deliver savings is, as I mentioned earlier, we simply have lower overhead. That doesn't mean we're cheap. That doesn't mean that we're skimping. That means, as I noted, we're not in some, downtown Raleigh office building. We don't have, some large marketing department. We simply do good work, hard work. We keep up on the issues. We communicate with our clients. We communicate with government officials. We do great work. We've been renewed at our school boards. The Cleveland County School Board and the Cabarrus County School Board have renewed our contracts, and we deliver the savings to you, the school board, and to the taxpayers of Robinson County. That's how we're able to come in at $15,000 a month on our all-inclusive. So before I pass it on to Leah, let me just say a few things about what we mean by the kind of work that we'll do under the category that we call board policy and training. As I noted, I would attend all board meetings. The travel to the board meetings is not charged. There's no cost for travel to the board meetings. This is all included within the monthly retainer amount. So this means that as your board attorney, I'm knowledgeable about Robert's Rules of Orders and open meetings law and setting the agenda and what items are appropriate for closed session. It also means that I'm available 24/7 to give you advice as a board. You know, generally that will be from the board chair, but with the board chair's permission, I might have opportunities to speak to individual board members and provide advice. It includes advice about any number of things, ethics, any disagreements or disputes with county commissioners or what have you. Available 24/7 for board consultation. It includes board hearings. So as you know, there are oftentimes grievances, student-parent grievances, or bullying or harassment complaints and the like that make their way to the board for a hearing. And I'll preside over that and provide advice and counsel. It includes board policies. Board policies are very, very important. They govern the conduct of this board, and violation of board policies risk potential litigation. Nobody wants to violate board policies. And I'll be your attorney to sit on any board policy committee you have, provide any advice, review your board policy manual, offer suggestions, all included. And finally, board training and professional development. Here we're talking about required board ethics training on conflict of interest issues and other issues. All of this is included in the monthly retainer. So again, that's one category, board policy and training. And now I want to turn it over to Leah Sink to talk to you about some of the day-to-day school district matters that we'd handle on your behalf.
Which one is the slide to go the next? Excellent. Well, good evening. My name is Leah Sink. Thank you, Jonathan, for the introduction. My husband, Jonathan Sink, and I are from Shelby, North Carolina, and just appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with all of you tonight. I look forward to hopefully getting to know many of you better. We were only here for a few minutes beforehand, so I just got to meet a handful of folks, but hopefully before the evening's over can get to know everyone. But just a little bit about us. In addition to what Jonathan Vogel had said, we represent the Cleveland County Board of Education. It's been a delight and truly an answer to prayer. I'd always prayed that God would let me have an opportunity to be involved in my children's school. I just didn't know he would answer it in such a way to be the lawyer for the school system. And that really extends beyond just our hometown. But we have dear friends in Robeson County, and my heart goes here as well. Really for all the children in North Carolina, public education is important to me. I was brought up through the public education system, and I think it's just a wonderful thing, and we would be honored and privileged to have the opportunity to support the board and the staff in that way. As Jonathan Vogel said, we pride ourselves on being accessible, prompt in our response. If you reach out to me really at any time, can't promise that you won't hear a small child in the background if it's 8 or 10 o'clock at night. We have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-year-old. So there's lots of small humans in our home. But that aside, I try to make myself very accessible. So if I can't, answer a call right away, I will be happy to send a quick text message and be back in touch. Rarely an issue comes up that within 24, 48 hours, we would not be able to provide you with a response. One of my most favorite ways to go about the legal counsel, as Jonathan Vogel said, he would play point with board communication. That doesn't mean that Jonathan Sink and I are not available. We are not off limits. You're welcome to communicate with any and all of us at any time. We've had many conversations with the board chair in Cleveland at midnight. It doesn't happen that often, but if a need comes up, and you might have to address something quickly. So for legal counsel to the board, legal counsel to staff, our superintendent and I have an excellent working relationship in Cleveland County. It would be a joy to get to work with you, Dr. Williamson, if we were afforded the opportunity. Like I said, have a very good, friendly working relationship with the superintendent in Cleveland County, and think that having that good communication line is very helpful alongside with the board chair. Have a good working relationship with the EC director and a lot of the staff, just so that it makes for a positive environment. Helps to be able to, if you have good communication, can get out ahead of a lot of issues. I've gotten many calls where they say, hey, can I run this by you real quick? and we can maybe prevent something from turning into an issue before it even starts. So that's kind of how we like to operate. But never at any time. I say that cautiously because at all times I understand my fiduciary responsibility is to the board. The board is our client. You all are my client. And so that will always be in my mind when answering questions and communicating with staff. As warm of a relationship as it may be, I understand that my fiduciary responsibility is to all of you. So just to kind of hit some of I won't go through in great detail all of the day-to-day matters, but just so that you can understand about the second proposal that Jonathan Vogel was explaining. If you were to choose the second option of the day-to-day matters, these are the sorts of things that would be included in the full retainer. If you were to choose the other option where it's just the retainer for the board meeting and policy and training, it's not that we wouldn't do these things, they would just be billed at an hourly rate, which, you know, we're flexible, whatever y'all decide is best for you. We just think because this is pretty encompassing, it may be a better cost savings for the board. So I kind of touched on legal counsel in general. I have a habit of doing these little one-page memos. So if an issue comes up, I like to, you know, put the issue out, cite to case law, cite to state statute, cite to any board policy, and then lay out the hypothetical or whatever the situation is, so that you just got a quick one-page document that you can refer back to, use it for training in the future, or just have it as a resource going forward. Text and phone calls are fine too, but if you need something a little bit more structured, that's a way we can provide counsel. The exceptional children, I know that's a big area of need for legal attention. Second to the superintendent and the board chair, I probably speak to the EC director more than anybody else, because that's just where a lot of the issues come up. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that in Jonathan Sink's time at Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools for over 8 years, his specialty, or I guess I can't say specialty, his area of focus was special education. And so he did a lot with 504, IEP, OCR, very well versed in those things. Through osmosis, he's taught me a lot as well. And so we're well equipped to handle any issues that may come up in the EC department. As far as contracts, that's a pretty simple one, just reviewing contracts before the board would enter into any agreement for services. We just were looking at some contracts for school resource officers, or, you know, getting laptops. So it's just nice to have attorney eyes on contracts before you would sign them. Staff training, happy to provide that to the extent that the staff would like that. As I mentioned, my little memos that can also be passed around and helpful for staff, just to be looped in on any new issues in the law. Student discipline, school safety. Again, a lot of times those quick phone calls or text messages can get ahead of an issue. Hey, this student is suspended for 3 days and they have an IEP. Okay, have they already been suspended for 6 other days? Because if they add one more, that's going to be a problem, and we need to know that. And so, which is that good communication, having the back and forth dialogue, you can oftentimes handle a lot of those sorts of issues. Personnel, as you all know, through state law and board policy, the certain staff is afforded the due process before any sort of disciplinary action would take place. And it can be very fact specific. And so reaching out to us to go over those matters would be helpful, and we're happy to do that. Bullying and harassment complaints, the grievance process is a great thing for families if they need it. Hopefully that doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, again, those can be very sensitive issues. And as Jonathan did allude, I am a mediator at heart. And so a lot of times with those issues, to, you know, be able to help staff know the best way to communicate with families so that they can likely reach a resolution or offer this accommodation, so it won't continue to escalate. Nevertheless, we could go through just board policy to help with those grievance procedures. FERPA, North Carolina Public Records Law, knowing what's confidential, knowing what needs to be disclosed, and the manner in which we do that. So all of those things would be included in what we are calling the day-to-day school district matters. It would only be the more complicated issues, more involved issues that we would have for hourly billing, such as any litigation or threatened litigation, any government investigations. Again, I'll highlight the Jonathan's great experience with U.S. Department of Education and being the general counsel for DPI and the lengthy experience with Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. A lot of times if those grievances, or excuse me, investigations come through from DPI or OCR, we are well equipped to handle them and can normally resolve them quickly. Of course, you can't predict outcomes, but we do have the experience to know how to navigate those challenging waters. Let me just make sure I haven't missed anything else. I believe that's really it. Y'all fill in the gaps if I've left anything out, because we certainly want to leave time for questions for all of you. Thank you.
Chairman Simmons, Vice Chairman Lawson, members of the board, thank y'all sincerely for having us, for letting us come out as one of the three groups presenting to you tonight. We get a lot of emails. I think Christine Schief does a good job of paying out when there's opportunities for RFPs and things. And candidly, to continue the spirit of candidness, candor we've had thus far in the presentation, we just ignore most of them. When he called me, I remember where I was, and I picked up the phone. Jonathan Vogel did. I'm Jonathan Sink. People just call me Sink to differentiate. It's easier, like kitchen sink. May not be very professional, but just to differentiate us, I'm Sink, he's Vogel. And we were on a short beach trip, a rare beach trip, and he pitched us the idea, which did not take very long to say yes to when he pitched combining forces to pitch this to y'all. The reason is I love Robeson County. I have a lot of friends in Robeson County. I can't say I'm from Lumberton. I can't say I'm from Red Springs, but I've spent a lot of time here and forged a lot of relationships over the years. Even when I was in Raleigh as GC of DPI, we did a lot of work. We didn't have a lot of issues coming out of Robeson, so that's a testament to y'all. But we did have a lot of work, and just personality-wise, we served as a resource for Robeson school children through this staff. And that's how we operate. That's how we tried to operate, not as an overarching DPI at the time. But this is a big county and it's a small county at the same time. Y'all know this because you're from here and you've lived here. And Robeson gets a lot of grief, but it's a blessed county with great people, a down-home county that's pro-family, pro-work. They love the Lord for the most part, and I just think it's amazing. And so Robeson was not one of those RFPs that when we first heard about it, which was through you, Vogel, we were like, yes, let's do that. That's who we want. And just from a character standpoint, from an integrity standpoint, from a how do we know if this is true or not, or if he's just getting up here and spouting off at the mouth, I hope you'll ask, not so that we'll get hired, but just so that you'll learn about us. Jarrett Sampson. I hope you'll learn about us more from Aaron Thomas. I hope you'll learn about us more from Stephen McIntyre and his dad. Seneca Jacobs just popped by my office last week. I work talk about low overhead. Well, in one of our two offices back home is the upstairs of Speaker Moore's law practice in Kings Mountain. And so you've got direct access there. Y'all already do. There's so many Robeson friends in Raleigh who are looking out for Robeson, but we need to make sure that continues. And I want to be a part of that. I want to see money come back here. I want to see investment come back here. We got to keep that going. And it has been pretty good as far as I can see the last 5 years, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. Y'all know that before I do. I do hope you'll ask our board chairman and chairwomen about us, and are you happy with them? It's going to be pretty overwhelming, I think, what you hear back. But I say that with humility. This is our one time to brag, And we do hope you choose us. But I really, Robinson has a special place, going door to door, fundraising, milling around, not to turn it political, but just we know the people. We know Robinson. We know that there are all kinds of people. It's a good thing. The diversity is a good thing. And yet there's so many things that we can work to improve on when it comes to the state level. Paying us attention here is a huge deal. And I think we've had some recent leadership that's done a great job of that. Again, room to improve. So my background, I'll end with this, and then we truly will end and field questions if you have any, is in the words of Seneca, I cut my teeth at Charmex schools. I was in-house learning under George Battle and Andre Mays. Now, not the George Battle is a statewide name, so you got to clarify, not the AME Zion Bishop Battle. It was his son, George Battle III, who is also amazing. And his management style just taught me so much, not just about law and special ed and OCR and Section 504, which is kind of my jam, but Andre Mays, an Anson County native, just amazing people who invested when they didn't have to. When I was a 1L in law school and going into Charmex schools, I was their law clerk in 2009 and then spent 8 good years with them, like you said. Thank you. And I was the most frequently called attorney within Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. So I like to tell people I practiced the big city law, but I've also practiced the small town law. I don't think this is either. I think this is kind of a combination of both, because you've got such a big county, but you got such a small county, and you know what I mean. I mean, everybody knows what's going on. There's hardly any secrets, and but at least you know how to get stuff done. I mean, we were reading in the car on the LAP program, on your $97 million building you're doing for career and technical education. It's amazing what the progress y'all are making, and we just want to be a part of continuing that. So we're grateful for the time tonight, and hope we earn your trust. We will, Mr. Chairman, it's your show, but I would, if I could just, as a point of information, maybe drop these references off at the side tables to stay clean for Robert's rules.
We brought a few extra copies of our proposal that we sent in June, as well as copies of the PowerPoint, if anyone needs a hard copy. Otherwise, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, well, excuse me, we still have time for questions. I'll start off. So it's just gonna be y'all three, if we was to hire y'all three to be the only ones in the firm representing our school district?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go to Dr. Williams, if you have any questions.
I'll close it out.
Okay, Vice Chair Lawson, Mr. Ocean, Mr. Locklear.
Fellow board members, I just want to make you aware of something real quick. Based on the information that was provided when we got here today, if you take a look at the average of, I was able to just make, essentially take the average of what we've been paying over the last 5 years. So if you take that average and subtract the retainer fee, just getting a scope on the number of hours, it come out to, we were averaging available hours of about 421.6. So average of over the past 5 years, that's how many billable hours per year, which is about 8.2, I think. Well, 8.1 hours a week based on a 52-week year. So just to give you sort of an idea of historically on average for the past 5 years based on this information. So using that as sort of information, for us to internally make a decision, I'm a little bit, I feel like I understand the day-to-day mode or option that you mentioned, but I'd also like to know, what are some of the typical areas that fall out of the realm of that day-to-day and go into the billable piece?
Yeah, so I guess you're asking about more of the board training and that piece.
a situation that what's a typical situation that would end us up in having to pay the hourly rate?
Okay, I didn't understand your question at first. Thanks for the clarification. There are very few items that would fall outside of the monthly retainer. The items that fall outside the monthly retainer are items that are largely unpredictable and more complex, specifically litigation, lawsuits. Generally, the types of lawsuits, as you may know, that a school board or school district faces are due process petitions. That is lawsuits, administrative lawsuits related to EC students and special education. Not many of those seem to get filed. Like I said, we represent Cabarrus, the 8th largest school district, and we get very, very few of those. But those litigation matters can get complex with discovery, that is requests for documents and review and interviewing people at the school district, whether it be administrators, teachers, EC teachers, EC staff. Anyway, that is one item of hourly billable. Another would be government investigations. And here it could be an investigation, a complaint that is sent into DPI, generally related to EC students. Again, they, as you may know, EC families have options, and they could file a due process petition, which begins administrative litigation, or they can file a complaint with DPI, and that triggers a requirement on DPI to conduct an investigation. We can respond to that investigation. The deadlines are very, very tight. So we're not talking about investigations that go on for months and months and months. We're talking about quickly jumping on it and responding within 20 to 30 days and getting a response back from DPI. And then if they find some compliance issues, then we work with the staff to remediate any of those things. But the point is that's a complex issue and a little unpredictable. And so that's a matter of hourly billing too. It doesn't happen too often. Another type of government investigation, though, is OCR, Office for Civil Rights, out of the U.S. Department of Education. Stakes are high there, of course. Again, this is not always an EC student type of issue. It can be a Title IX sex discrimination issue. It could be a race discrimination issue under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Parents have an option to file that type of complaint. We're aware, hopefully you're aware, that the school board currently has 2 OCR investigations pending. One is a Title IX sex discrimination investigation, and the other is a disability rights investigation pertaining to seclusion and restraint. These things happen, and as your lawyers, we, upon receiving notice of an investigation, we would immediately, with the collaboration of the school district staff, look into it, gather facts and talk to folks about it. No one's being falsely accused of anything, but we just need to figure out, what's the story, frankly, so that we can provide the school district and therefore the school board the best representation and the best defense. Sometimes there's a lapse. Sometimes there's an issue of noncompliance that we need to address. Sometimes it's a false allegation, and we need to push back. Anyway, that's a type of government investigation. We've handled lots of OCR investigations, and I can let you know that, frankly, I'm in talks right now to bring on the former head of OCR at the U.S. Department of Education to our firm. So you talk about expertise and someone who would have knowledge and contacts. That's the kind of thing that we could bring. So I mentioned litigation, I mentioned government investigations, and the only other items are real estate and construction work would be hourly billable. Our experience in the past has been that those expenses, those hourly billable expenses that are on top of the monthly retainer are minimal on a monthly basis, somewhere between $2,000 to $4,000. Sometimes the top's about $5,000 a month at most on hourly billable. Thanks for your question.
I got one
Do you
more.
have something you want to add?
Well, he's got one.
My apologies. I have one more quick question, if you don't mind. While you are, if you're selected, while you're attending meetings, do you see your role as more of a consultation type role, where when we ask you questions, you would respond? Or do you see your role as more proactive in which if you see us heading in the wrong direction, you would feel comfortable enough, or we would hopefully accept your willingness to jump in and stop us?
Great question, and my answer would be both. My answer would be that there are certain items, certain matters for which I would want to provide you confidential legal advice, and I would only do that in closed session. However, occasionally something comes up, a question is asked, could be asked of the board attorney during a board meeting where the board chair wants advice kind of on the spot and is willing to accept kind of a public piece of advice, and I would absolutely provide that type of advice. And also, I would be proactive if I saw that the proceedings of a board meeting were not going pursuant to Robert's rules, or there was otherwise a procedural flaw or violation. I would ask for a point of order and step in and make the chair aware. As your board attorney, just to be clear, I would not and I will not preside over the meeting. Rather, your chair presides over the meeting, and I'd be there largely in support. But I'd hope I'd have the opportunity to make a point of order if I thought there was a matter out of order pursuant to Robert's rules or other board governance rules. You're welcome. Thanks for your question. Did you have something you wanted to add?
30 seconds or
Please
less,
do.
hopefully. And just to piggyback on that, in 30 seconds or less, I would just say, if I were in your shoes, I would kind of want to know if we had trial experience on that front too. Can we take this to trial if we have to? Yes, we have the Peacemaker. Yes, we have the pit bull. The short answer is yes. We've done that. We've taken the due process hearing all the way to court back in April of 2015. If you want to read hundreds and hundreds, it's actually an interesting case from a nerd standpoint, but we've done that. At Charmex schools from 09 through 16, I handled 92% of the OCR matters directly. And it's just very important to me personally. Is this beyond 30 seconds? Sorry. It's important to me to keep the cost down, period. We're very cognizant of that with our clients down the road. Would even be willing to share those billables with you. They're pretty low. And it's important. Resources are important, and especially in this domain. I know y'all know that already, but yeah.
I'll piggyback on you. And as Jonathan Vogel alluded to earlier, when he was showing you the little spreadsheet of how we'd come in about $5,000 under what the going rate would be, I think that was all partially contemplated, Mr. Locklear, just that occasionally there's going to be things that fall outside the retainer, but even with the craziest of months, we're still going to be hitting right at what the going rate is. So most months we'll be passing the benefit of the cost savings back to y'all.
Leah's right. And so we don't want you to be misled, let's say, because we're going first, right? So other firms come after us. We don't want you to be misled into thinking that somehow hourly billable matters, are kind of a secret way for us to, increase our take. That's just not it at all. We're talking about a $15,000 monthly retainer, which is half of what the other firms are offering in their all-inclusive option. And we're talking about very few items of hourly billing that, from our experience, have added at most a few $1,000s to a monthly bill. So as Leah just said, it would still come in much, much lower than the other firms that are proposing in their all-inclusive packages of $30,000 a month, plus some hourly billing themselves. You're welcome.
Mr. Burke, Mr. Leach, Mr. Brewer. Put your button again.
Thank you. Mr. Sink, I've had a lot of friends that made some positive comments, and I've been studying, and you've made some great accomplishments. I think it's rewarding that you considered coming to Robeson County and applying, along with Vogue and the wife. My My question would be, are you all available 7/24 or just certain hours?
I emphatically would like to take this question because it's what we do today. And it's truly 24/7, 365. Now, like she said, if it's 11 o'clock at night, we will pick up the phone or text you back. But there might be a baby waking up with the 1-year-old especially. But we'll go outside or on the screened-in porch or something and try to, all right, Jonathan, you're up. So the short answer is yes, we are available. Robinson, we do not want Robinson to be disappointed with us. We want to do a great job for y'all. That's very important. A lot of this is fluffy and emotional, but it is. It's personal to me. I love this place. So you're going to have us when you need us. And if it does go to voice message, you're not going to get, oh, let's just call them back within 24 hours. It's not like that. You'll get a call back ASAP. So.
That all, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Craig? That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Simmons. And again, thank you folks for being here tonight. Help me again a little bit on the difference between the 8 and the 15,000. If the 8 does not have the day-to-day district, would that be where for these other things that we would be dealing with hourly billing for basically anything that's not in the board or policy? That's where we have hourly billing. Where if you do the 15, you're not going to have the hourly billing except for those special things you called out. So
That's
the
precisely correct.
Okay. Want to make sure of that. Okay. The other thing is, and I know you spent probably 45 minutes to an hour doing this, but as quickly as you can, 3 or 4 sentences, tell me and us why we should hire your firm.
Why we should hire a firm. You should hire our firm because we not only care about you and the school district and the school board, we care about Robeson County and we care about students. We care about children. So there are some law firms that have unfortunately taken to, day-to-day staff and ended up making it a adversarial situation of staff versus families. And that loses sight on the mission of the school board and the school district. Let me be clear. You would be our client, the school board and the school district. We would be here to serve your interests. However, your interests necessarily include the growth of students academically, socially, athletically, and otherwise. You should choose us because we're unique in that way. And we work hard and we care and we understand the big picture. We understand this is about students. And we'll do it in a way that is very financially advantageous to the school board, the school district, to the taxpayers of Robeson County. The proposal we're providing you will save taxpayers annually nearly $200,000. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Is it my turn finally?
Yeah.
Just teasing Mr. Brewer. I want to tease Mr. Brewer first. Mrs. Sink's name, he said, and his wife is Lawyer Sink, Mr. Brewer. Okay, and he answered Mr. Craig asked my question, but are any of these terms negotiable? Let me tell you what I'm having heartburn with. When you said we would bill you, if we pay you the $15,000 and you got to listing things outside of the scope, and you said land negotiations. See, I'm not used to that. Usually, our prior lawyer, he just did that naturally. I'm just wondering, is anything negotiable? Any of those things you called out that's outside the norm?
Oh, absolutely. There are very few things that would be outside the monthly retainer that we mentioned. We talked about litigation, lawsuits. We talked about government investigations.
You mentioned land as well.
And real estate and construction. If that is something that the board is interested or concerned about, we are absolutely open to negotiating whether that would remain an hourly billable matter or fall into the monthly retainer and be included.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Gentry?
Your interest in the community and that you have relationships with different people. I've heard a number of names mentioned. So obviously you're familiar with the ethnic composition of our county. And at this point, as we sit here, we used to talk about the three major ethnic groups. And of course, that is broadened significantly now to include other ethnic groups. And my question is in a broad way, because I'm referring to not only the day-to-day issues that certainly will arise and disagreements. And let's be frank here, sometimes ethnicity does play a part and is an integral part of that discussion. And so my question would be really outside perhaps your normal routine duties from day to day, and that is promoting a cooperative atmosphere. And anything you do is going to affect the atmosphere. Anything you do as a legal team is going to have an impact on the overall atmosphere and ambiance of the races in our ethnic groups within our county. So my question is, what would be some specific proactive things that you might do to promote harmony?
There's a lot I could say, but I'd like you to take that question.
Well, one thing I think would be wise is to get some individual time, especially if you go with the second, the latter option with the 15 and all inclusive, to get some one-on-one time with board members. That way we're not running or 2, 3, just staying clear of quorums so that we start talking about those issues in real time. Leah, I think it was Leah, mentioned doesn't have to be a wholesale policy review, because I'm sure you got a lot of policies that don't need fixing. But I think it's good to look at your policies and see if any of those are already flawed in a way that butts up against not just law, but what's the right thing to do. And we're going to leave the right thing to do and the policy stuff up to y'all. But at least if it comes up in conversation, we can let you know how that plays and if there's a legal nexus or not there. I think that's important. And you're right. Yeah, I remember growing up and when we were going to the beach and we passed Robinson, people, they would talk about 3, and it's a heck of a lot. I mean, so real quick, sorry to talk about me again, but I went to Providence Day private school for 9 years, begged my parents, great education, great foundation for study skills, all that stuff. It was all about the money. Everything was about the money. If you didn't give this to that, your name's not going on the bill. It shouldn't be like that. It was how many pairs of Jordans do you have? How many pairs do you not? I begged my parents to go to East Meck. And again, I loved the study skills that I got from Providence Day. But East Meck, where I went to high school all 4 years and was student body president, was the most diverse high school racially in the whole county. So I had to deal with that as student body president when I was 17 and bring them together as a school. We had racial fights. I mean, ethnic fights, religious fights. And we were able, through Leah peacemaking skills, to get that done. To make it's, you're never going to solve it completely, right? World peace, all this stuff, but you can at least work towards doing the right thing. And I think some individual time or small groups with attorneys and board members and some policy reviews could proactively nip some of that in the bud. But when you said, what y'all do as legal counsel is going to move the needle one way or another, culturally, however you want to say it on this board or otherwise, it's true. It's well taken.
Yes. Follow-up question. And this is a litigation question, and obviously these will arise, and a large portion of those cases will relate to and have to do with EC, exceptional children. Not all, but some. Right. I foresee that you will have to do some triage, if you will, about a ranking order in terms of impact. You know, some, as you well know, some cases are valid, worth pursuing, and let's face it, some aren't. Do you have a set pattern or some type of procedural process that you go through to decide, okay, we're going to take this one on first and then this one next and that kind of thing?
We do. I do in my head, and we haven't talked about this or verbalized it, but I know we're on the same page when I say that when you think about it, it's very simple, and it's who's the client, like you said. There are so many firms, not just educational law firms, that get mixed up and think that, oh, this person's in leadership as a staff member or not. No, the most important thing we can say here today is we know who the client is, and we're well served. We're well prepared to serve y'all. And if we know that, then every other issue becomes a matter of, okay, how does this affect my client? How does this affect the full board? Is this important to Mr. Britt? I mean, is this important to, Chairman Simmons? Did we talk about this last week? This is stuff we deal with now. We're triaging stuff already, and it always goes back to, okay, client's the board. How important on the list of things to the client? And some it's not always fiscal. We've talked a lot about money tonight, but a lot of it's some of this. I think, Dr. Emanuel brought up a good point about some of these things that can end up, I'll just put it this way. There's some more emotional or maybe ethnicity-centric topics that could very well end up in the Robertsonian, and not just the fiscal. We're well aware of that. And that pings a lot of stuff. That jumps over the pile if it comes, oh, well, this policy's been needing review for a couple. Yeah, it's going to jump that one. So it's hard to say, here's your line. Well, the line's real simple to me. I mean, and then you just got to make a call accordingly is who's the client, the board, and how important is that issue to my client?
Mr. Gentry, I wasn't sure if your question was more specific to how to decide what cases to settle versus what cases to take to trial. If that was the case, then, I look at time, I look at the financial burden to the school district and also the reputation. You answered the question, even though I think it was like a different twist, but you're looking, is this going to wind up on the front page of the Robertsonian, or whether we settle this and that's going to wind up on the front page, or whether we take it and fight it and win, and that's the message we want to promote. So, you're thinking through those things, or can we settle this for $5,000 and just make it go away, or spend a lot more taking it to trial? Like that wouldn't make sense. So those are the factors in my mind, the time investment, the financial investment, and then the reputation to the school system. But to your other question about the diversity, one team, one goal. I know it's a big phrase. I think if we can truly give everyone the benefit of the doubt that we really are on one team and have one goal, and I can approach each individual board member with that in mind, then we give each other that benefit of the doubt. And even though your way of handling it might be different than your way of handling it, I think we can overcome those hurdles if we can kind of just give each other that benefit of the doubt that we've still got that one team, one goal.
I have nothing to add to those terrific responses. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your presentation and for filling our questions. The next step in the process, we're going to check references. From that, we'll probably ask the chair to set a special work board meeting for further discussion, and hopefully we can have a decision by our next regular board meeting, which is October the 11th.
Very well. Is there any need for me to wait outside the room for during the rest of this meeting in case you would need me to come back in?
No, we're fine.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Have a nice night.
You too.
Thank you.
Anybody need to take a 5-minute break? Yeah.
providing legal services for the public schools of Robertson County. As you're all aware, you're one of 3 firms that are presenting tonight. And with that, we'll ask you to introduce yourselves and we'll hear your presentation. It's 6:25, so presentation runs to 7:25. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with the Public Schools of Robeson County Board of Education, its distinguished superintendent, and to my left is Brian Shaw, and to my right is Rachel Nicholas, and we will be all addressing you. I'm going to start off with a very brief overview of our law firm and what we can provide, and then we'd really like to hear from you and be able to answer any questions you have. As I said, I'm Katie Cornetto. It wasn't too long ago that I was general counsel to the State Board of Education, and I had the distinguished honor of advising SACE, the State Advisory Council on Indian Education, and I had several occasions to come to Lumberton. In addition, I have a stepdaughter who graduated from the University of Pembroke in special education, and she's now teaching in our public schools in Wake County. And finally, you're going to find as we give a presentation today that our experience spans, I think we counted it up, over 200 years of education law experience in North Carolina for our deep bench of 11 attorneys. We just added another attorney, Rachel Pender, and we'll be talking about her in a minute. What I want to do is give you an overview of who we are as a law firm. Poynter Spruill is in North Carolina and only in North Carolina. It has 4 offices, one in Rocky Mount, one in Southern Pines, and then Raleigh and Charlotte. And we're large enough to serve you, but we're small enough to know you. And that's really a slogan that you'll find fits with our style of legal service. Some fast facts about Poynter Spruill. 2 firms merged, Poynter, which was established in 1940, and Spruill, which was established in 1880, and they merged in 1986 in Rocky Mount to make Poynter Spruill. The firm is full service, so we have an employment law section, we have a construction law section, we have a banking section, we have several other divisions that help to support the needs of our clients, including our school systems. A little bit more about who we are. We have a well-earned reputation for prompt, cost-effective, and professional legal services. We like to match the resources of the firm with our clients' needs and budgetary constraints. It's not often you hear lawyers say that. Our strategy enables us to assist our clients effectively and efficiently in connection with a wide range of legal needs and transactions. This I'd like to highlight, and you'll probably hear it a lot more. When emergency needs arise, our team is with you 24/7 if needed, and you all are responding to things instantly, and we respond to you instantly. We provide high-quality special education legal services and staff training by our very experienced special education law attorneys, and Rachel Nicholas is here as one of those who is also a former teacher in the public schools. And to give you a visual of our bench, as we like to call it, because we are a team, we are very talented and we are very cohesive and we support one another. You all, some of you may know and remember Eddie Spees. He used to work for the Department of Justice in North Carolina, and now he's at Poynter Spruill. And you can see that Rachel Hitch, you all have probably heard about her in special education. She's nationally renowned. Brandon McPherson, also a partner, is exceptionally bright in all things, including construction law, and he's your make it happen guy. Laura Crumpler, she also was the Department of Justice, retired, and is now of counsel with the law firm. Dr. Amy Clay is a doctor of psychology and an attorney, and she's our secret weapon for special education cases because she's got the jargon down and she can be a very great defense if needed. Special education, we find, is the greatest area of risk in litigation for school boards generally. You've got Rachel Nicholas, you've got Brian Shaw here. Rachel Pender is the newest addition to our team. She comes to us from clerking for a federal magistrate judge in North Carolina. We also have Grace Penera and Rebecca Williams, and the experience that they bring to Title IX and their expertise is second to none. You've heard a lot of buzz about Title IX, the changes, the demands, and the tasks on your administrators, and they're helping administrators statewide with the nuances. I think what's important for you all to keep in mind is that we understand the urgency of your decisions and the impact. We understand that we need to be instantly accessible, and we are, for our clients, and we really hope that that's one point that you ask when you check references. We are advocates, but more importantly, we are quality legal experts in our field, and we are dedicated to giving you zealous representation. And this I like to use as a visual. As board members, you are busy bees. And this is the honeycomb of some of the issues that you confront. You're often tasked with, besides COVID and the response, on a day-to-day basis, you've got school nutrition issues, public comment at board meetings, you've got federal law mandates, state law mandates, you've got needs of your students and your staff to consider, and bond forfeitures, disaster recovery, all of those things. Our firm is well equipped to advocate for your needs. I'd like to be able to open it up for questions if you have any, or to my partner. Yes.
You do add a little bit.
Go, please do, Brian.
I'm Brian Shaw. Just a little background on our firm. We're with Pointer Spruill. 12 months ago, we were all working with Schwartz and Shaw, education law attorneys. And I'm Shaw of Schwartz and Shaw. I was a partner with Richard Schwartz for 24 years and worked with him on a great many cases, a great attorney. Without going into detail as to the reasons, every attorney in that firm, other than Richard, left and joined Pointer Spruill. And that is the basis of Pointer Spruill's education law department. We had worked with Schwartz and Shaw for many years, 27, I think 28 for me, 20 for Rachel Hitch, 15 for Brandon. So we have a depth of experience, have worked for a lot of school systems over the state, but that's a history of how we came to be that wouldn't otherwise jump out at you per se.
If we were in your shoes, we'd say, why should we pick you? And I can tell you that I'm excited about you all contacting our references. You'll find that all of us are very driven to help our clients, and also looking student-focused and staff-focused. There's very high need for students to have recovery, learning recovery. There is a great need for staff of all types. All positions are hard to fill. And how do you maintain a school district without teachers, principals, administrators, and the like? I will tell you from my experience working for the State Board of Education, our work is right alongside you all. As a local board, you never know what issue you're going to get, and you want to be have instant access to your attorneys, and we're that team, frankly. It was several years ago at the State Board of Education level where they had difficult constitutional issues that they needed to litigate. Who did they hire? They hired Pointer Spruill. And Pointer Spruill was with them every step of the way because they were in my ear every step of the way. And that was great for our needs at that point. Another thing to keep in mind is we provide a great many trainings as part of the options that we presented as part of our price points. We find that the best training can offset litigation. It can help empower your staff. It can help grow your staff and empower them to do the right decision and right documentation because we've had experts training them. And what teacher and principal do you know that doesn't want and need more training, particularly from those who will stand up in court and defend you if the need arises? Are there any questions? You look like you have a question. No question. Okay.
We're gonna do them at the end of your presentation.
I'm sorry?
We'll do the question at the end of your presentation.
At the end of the presentation?
Yeah.
And we just gave you the overview of the firm, and I am done presenting. Is there anything that you wanted to say, Rachel?
Well, I'd just like to say hello and to thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all. As Katie Cornetto mentioned, I've worked in special education law primarily since practicing school law in 2014. And prior to that, I did teach in the Nash Rocky Mount, well, currently the Nash County public schools. And so I am very passionate about public schools and excited about the opportunity to work with you and or potentially work with you. And I'm available to answer any questions that you may have related to special education issues or serving students with special needs.
And I again want to reiterate how thankful we are and pleased to have this opportunity to present. Rachel Nicholas is one of our great trainers. She's that classroom experience that really shines, and she likes to get out and talk to the teachers about EC matters, and we find that there's a great need for that. So in our different proposals or options, we have different amounts of workshops or training that can be built in. And those options are presented there. If there's some other way of doing it, we are glad to talk with the board. We want a fee and work relationship that makes sense for you. The more you ask of us, the higher the retainer, but the lower the average hourly cost after that. We can consider flat rate retainers, but we frankly don't have the experience with the public schools of Robeson County to know how much your average weekly or monthly legal fees would be. And we have an option there, but I think that's option 5, I think, or E. But it probably makes more sense to get in and work a while, see what the needs are, and then we'd be glad to try to calculate or come up with a lump sum that you know what your legal fees are going to be other than litigation at a level that's not too high for you, but not too low for us. It's all a matter of being fair to each side. It's hard at the beginning to know what that good number would be, but we found that some of our clients like to have just a flat rate for everything other than litigation. And then they don't have to worry about hourly rates. They don't worry about number of phone calls. They can budget. And that's an attractive option that we like to provide. We are available 24/7. Cell phones certainly can call. If you want to call me at 12 midnight, then I want you to call me. Because obviously you've got a problem that's on your mind and you better call me. We have a very deep team. We have 11 attorneys ranging from 40 plus years experience to 1 week. Most of them are in the, I'm 30, Katie's 20, Rachel's 20, Brandon's 15. We have several attorneys that are 7 years out, all doing education law. We can staff any project at the right level. If it's a need for a very experienced attorney, we can provide that. If it's something that a new attorney can handle just as well, then let's do that. We can send 1 attorney. We can send 8 attorneys. We hope you don't get in a situation where you need all hands on deck, 8 or 9 attorneys. But if you are in a trouble situation, we have the depth to handle anything that you have. And then we also have the depth of the entire firm. We have employment law experts who've helped us in some cases. We've got some construction law experts. We've got immigration law experts. Those are the types of cases we used to have to farm out to specialized law firms. Now we can handle all that in-house. We have eminent domain experts. We have intellectual property like patents and copyright experts. The full firm is a tremendous resource that we would call on if needed. basically we can provide whatever level of service is appropriate for the circumstance. The firm's been around for 180 years beginning, or 160 years. My math's not very good. I'm more of a lawyer than a mathematician. We're going to be around for a long time, forever. We are a very, very stable firm, and we're just getting better every year with Rachel and our other younger attorneys. Do we have any other presentation?
No, we are here to answer questions for you. We figure that you know what you need in legal services, and it's in the true partnership fashion. We'd like to hear from you about issues that you are concerned about in terms of changing legal representation and what that looks like for you and your staff.
We'll start with Vice Chair. Do you have any questions? Ms. Ocean?
So just to be sure that I'm understanding correctly, so with your firm, we would have availability of all of your attorneys on staff? to assist?
Yes. Typically what happens is you pick the attorney that you want to have sit with you in board meetings and be your point of contact. If you needed to go to another attorney, it's typically your point of contact that would make that happen and facilitate. So you're not meeting a new person every time you pick up the phone and need legal help. So you'd get a point person, for lack of a better term, that would be your tried and true, sit with you in board meetings and be there to deliver the board's governance questions and help through that. But then if there's something that's specialized that you need help with, like a Title IX investigation, I would call up Grace or Rebecca and I'd say, here's the situation in Robeson County and we need your help. And then we would connect them with your staff to begin the process for the investigation.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you for that question. It's very, very good.
Mr. Terry?
How do you see your role in terms of interacting with the board at meetings or during conversations, or do you see your role more as a educational law consultant to just respond to questions, or do you see your role as being more proactive and sort of visualizing or conceptualizing issues that where we may be headed toward making the wrong decision?
That's a great question. And primarily, your attorney should be your thought partner. That's really why you want an attorney on your side, why you want a staff of attorneys. As thought partners, we can see down the road a little bit further about things that may happen, public records requests, issues that may arise in litigation, and we can give you, hey, heads up, you probably want to fashion it this way. One great example in a former life, I worked with several colleagues from this team to help fight the innovative school district for one of the other counties. And in that process, the school board was incredibly grateful that the school remained in its aegis and that they didn't have to cede the school to the state. Now, I know that hits home because of South Ashpole. And I think as a thought partner and as an advocate, I think we would have had some conversations about what your options were. Now, the board decides how the board wants to act, but we believe in putting out the options and thinking through to help give you the risk points. Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Add on that if I could. Is a great question. I think that's one area in which the experience of having represented in the past and also currently a number of school boards comes in handy, because we may well know that this issue is arising in this county, or this is how this county did it, and it worked well or it didn't work well. And so I think having that breadth of experience across the state is going to be handy for those. Now, again, it's the board's decision. I would never view myself or any of our attorneys as the person who's dictating your decision, you know, and there are boards that make decisions I don't like. It's not my job to say that. If they're getting in legal trouble, I should give you a heads up. You're stepping into some murky areas here. As long as you understand the risk, you're the elected officials, you've got the accountability. So I want to make sure that we're not running the show, but to the extent we can assist and you would like that assistance, then I think we like to respond, and we have a duty to let you know if we can see legal pitfalls ahead.
So in addition to the experience that we have working with districts across the state, the attorneys in our section regularly present at statewide and national conferences to our colleagues. Brian Shaw is a regular presenter at the North Carolina Council of School Attorneys and the North Carolina Bar Association. He presents case law updates on what the emerging trends are in the law. I have presented on special education issues for LRP Publications, which is a national special education professional development company. And I've written an article for them. So, in addition to the work that we do on the ground with schools across the state, we are, digging into those emerging trends at a national level and also sharing that information with our colleagues.
Mr. Leach, Mr. Brewer.
My question is, how many did you say was in the law firm?
So the entire law firm has about 100 attorneys total, 11 of whom are dedicated to the practice of education law.
And they're all in different areas of education, or?
So as far as clients, we have public schools, districts, we have charter school, we have private schools, and we are talking with some institutes of higher education.
How difficult would it be to access attorney from your firm? And are they available 7/24?
Yes, it's a great question. And more than anything, we want you to understand that your job is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even though it's volunteer and elected. And we are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Your point person, your board attorney that you all decide who that is of the 11 of us is the person you'd call in the middle of the night to say, hey, here's what's happening, and I need help right now. And that individual is going to gauge what next steps need to happen. And it's going to be midnight. Brian is going to answer. I promise you. That's how we operate, because we'd rather hit something as soon as we know it instead of waiting for it to get potentially worse for you all. So you're going to have all of our cell phone numbers, and you're going to know where we are and how accessible you need us to be. We can be here, we can be video conferencing, we can be on the phone, and anywhere else you need us to be, as long as you authorize it. Did that address your question? Okay. Yes, Brian has more.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think one of the strengths of having 11 attorneys in the education law department is that there's always somebody there. An individual attorney might get sick, might get ill, might take a vacation. Been a while, I can't remember. But if it happens, there's somebody else who's handy. For example, we got a call just last Friday. A client wanted somebody to attend some hearings and sit with some nervous school witnesses who are going to be at a DSS hearing. And they had never been witnesses before and were nervous about it. And we said we can either provide some coaching to them so they'd be less nervous, but if they want an attorney there, we have enough people who are going to be able to be there. We will meet your needs. Whether I had a conflict, it's actually tomorrow morning. I have a conflict, I'm doing a training tomorrow morning. Another attorney's doing a board meeting, superintendent workshop tomorrow morning. But with 11 attorneys, we could meet that need, even if it's fairly short notice.
Mr. Craig?
Couple of questions dealing with these options here. It's on the printout we had from the company. Let's just say we take option 3, monthly retainer is $2,500. And you would attend all our board meetings according to this year. Now, workshops, you would provide 5 half-day workshops if we needed them. And then it says not included. Now, you wouldn't be involved with, say, meetings with board policies, which a lot of times we deal with the State Department with our board policies, but you basically would not be involved with meetings with just our policies if we took that particular option. Would that be correct?
Sure. So you were looking at option 3.
Yes, sir, right now. I could do it.
Just as a talking point.
Yes, sir.
$2,500 a month retainer. That would get a board attorney physically present at every board meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want an attorney present.
Yes, sir.
And there are times when people will say, it's a short 10-minute meeting, it's not substantial, just be available by phone. And I say, that's fine. I appreciate it. But if you want me there, I'll be there. The policy work is not included as part of that, except as individual items. If you request us to do work, we always do the work. And so if you would say, we have this policy, our sexual harassment policy needs some revision, under option 3, that policy work would not be included. And then we would just bill for our time at the rates you see below. And on that policy work, we would utilize knowledge that we might have been working on that policy with another client at the same time, or maybe a few months ago, and that might be helpful. But if you jump over to option 4, it's more per month, but then we don't bill for policy work. We just, anything you want done on policies, we do. But so it's a matter of what you want and how much you want to spend and what you find to be best use of your money, basically.
And as a follow-up to that,
Sure.
Not included in what you're saying there, if we have if a call needs to be made about special education or any other subject matter, then we would be billed at whatever the billable rate is for the person dealing with that.
That's
Under
correct.
either one of these, option 3 or 4.
That's correct. Option 5 is the only one that would cover everything,
All of
but that's, again, that number is a number I don't know if I feel that good with from either your side or our side. What if the amount of work we would do for you would be average $20,000 a month? Well, then you would get a bad deal under $30,000. But if it turns out your work exceeds that, then it might be a bad deal for us. This shows that we could start that. I think it'd be better to get some experience. What are the average work over some months? Then we could talk about a larger retainer. That would cover everything except for litigation, which includes special education due process hearings or disaster relief efforts. You never know if those come in. And if those come in, they may just be an overwhelming amount of time. Yeah. So you're reading exactly right. You just, anything that's not covered in the retainer, you just bill at the hourly rate. And we're very sensitive to the concept that nobody wants public school money to go to lawyers, okay, other than lawyers, okay, but money, you always want it to go to counselors or to teachers or things like that. If you don't spend money on lawyers, it's penny wise and pound foolish. But some of that control is at your end. How much services do you ask for? Do you want us to write press releases and do a lot of work like that? That costs more money. If you handle those things yourself, then you don't get your attorney involved, or you just get your attorney involved as a very quick review. So there's always an ability on the client to try to control what things are by how much assistance do you want, how much assistance do you think you need?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mann? Hit your button.
Thank you. I have 2 short questions. Will you specifically give me a school system you're working with? Just maybe one close by, just curious.
So just to reiterate, we work with Wilson County Schools, we work with Dare County Schools, we work with Kannapolis, we work with Pender, we work with, Pender, and we work with Martin County Schools. And there's a comprehensive list of those in our proposal for you all to see, the big list of school districts.
Okay, and another statement, I found it twice in your material, and quote, it says, "We will match any rate proposal submitted by a law firm with substantial North Carolina education law experience and expertise." Are you willing to stand by that statement?
Absolutely. That's why it's in there. Now, the only qualification I have there is a firm with significant educational law experience.
Based on whose determination?
I would say, I'll just put it this way. I think I know we have more experience than any of the other two firms you're looking at, but I have enough respect for those attorneys that we would match a proposal by those other attorneys.
Thank you.
Mr. Gentry.
Two questions. First one relates to EC students, and as we know, a lot of activity and ultimately quite a considerable amount of litigation comes out of that area.
Yes.
Do you have some data at hand in terms of your success on the first go-round versus multiple? And we know these things can go on sometimes for a long period of time. What would you say your rate of success is on the first go-round with the average, if there is such a thing as an average exceptional children's case?
Yeah, so, and those are always, challenging and pretty fact specific. One is like kind of, looking at how do we define success. So there may be a lot of cases where there are special education disputes that you don't necessarily hear about because they aren't litigated, because they are resolved short of litigation. So I would say that our firm has experienced a lot of success in terms of avoiding those issues. If there is a petition that's filed, reaching some resolution prior and avoiding the expense of a due process hearing. Now, that's not always, possible. You can't, force a parent to settle a due process petition, but in my experience, the best outcome and what we strive for is to, explore those avenues of how can we resolve this without going through an exhaustive, due process hearing, which is costly financially and also costly in terms of your human resources. Because it's not uncommon that, if a teacher has to go through an entire hearing that they're strongly reconsidering, whether they want to move forward with a career in education, because it can just be that taxing. So the best case scenario, which is something that we strive towards, and I do believe that we've had success, and it's just helping to resolve those issues before they bubble into a due process action, and then helping districts resolve those, in cases even after those are filed.
What is your experience on assisting or consulting with the board in terms of land acquisition and land usage and disputes and questions that may come up as a result of that in terms of proceeding?
That's a great question. And the land use, the government and land use section in Poynter Spruill is well-versed in zoning issues, eminent domain, and defending clients' needs. Brandon McPherson, one of our partners, has had extensive experience with land. He calls it dirt law. And he is an expert as far as education needs and dirt law. But we also have at our disposal Poynter Spruill's excellent attorneys that are government land use.
One more.
And just to follow up on that, that's an area where, because we're in Raleigh, a number of our clients are outside, and the question always arises, especially for real estate, is it cost effective for us to do the work, or should the Board of Education use a local law firm for real estate? And we've done it both ways. We've done deeds, we've done land transfers, but we have no problem with utilizing, like having a board use the local attorney if the local attorney's going to be more efficient and getting those deeds and land use done. We can do it. It might be that the local attorney can do it more efficiently, and if so, then I think the board should consider it. It all depends on what the transaction is.
You mentioned the Southside Ashpole school situation earlier. And if there's a conflict of interest here, just tell me. But my question is, and as we know, that went on for a long time, and there were mixed feelings and maybe even some hard feelings about what happened and the outcome. At what stage, if any, would you become involved in a situation like that?
As soon as the board wanted us to, we would become involved, but we would also say, hey, there's this latest legislation that's come through. It's called the Innovative School District, and here are your schools that may be susceptible to becoming one of those schools. So we give you legal advice about the legislation that has passed and about your standing in that structure. What we saw happen in rapid fire was legislation that no school district had a chance to prepare for. And you're seeing it again with accountability results, and you're having to react. And we're there with you, looking at the numbers, trying to help you align your staff and allocate your staff and help your students. Your students are best in your control. That is our philosophy. And it's always going to be mine personally. But if the board has a different one, then that's what we'll advocate for.
I have a question about your workshop. I know it would include the board and principals. Can you give us a little bit more detail? If school administrators would be included in some of those workshops?
I'll take a first stab at that. The workshops can be for whatever level you want. We do workshops that are solely board, some, for example, just an overview of education law or parliamentary procedure. I've done workshops on that. We've done workshops with the board on boardsmanship and getting along, or ethics for boards members. Those are your board members, and we have a variety of topics. Tomorrow morning, I'm doing a presentation to what they call the leadership group of a school system. That's going to be the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, all the central office administrators, the principals. I don't know if the assistant principals will be there or not. And so that will be tailored to them. We have presentations that are just to EC teachers who are actually going to be implementing, writing IEPs. Board could attend, I guess, but that's what the people we want to know how to write IEPs are the teachers. Those are focused more at teachers. So when we say we'll do 5 workshops, 6 workshops, that's of your choosing. And we might say, well, we want a couple board workshops. We do a lot of EC training. We do a lot of Title IX training. Fortunately or unfortunately, Title IX new regulations are out. Those are going to be finalized before very long. And the training that people received a year ago on Title IX is going to have to be redone. So we will be doing a lot of Title IX training, probably to administrators, but we can do it at any level, all board, all administrator, just whatever you want. If
I can just follow up on that, as Rachel mentioned earlier, we frequently speak at statewide and national conferences. For example, if any of you are going to the North Carolina Association of School Administrators Conference, you'll see us there. If you're going to the School Board Association Conference in Asheville, you'll see us there. If you're going to the Personnel Administrators of North Carolina Conference in Asheville, you'll see us there. And we take pride in trying to help our clients understand the law so they can apply it on the ground correctly the first time. The Title IX, what I call mind shift for principals, has been unbelievable. Principals trying to take control of their schools with now another layer of Title IX, and how to actually put an investigation in place is very technical. And you definitely want to have your legal team help you through the trainings and the application of the scenarios.
Any other questions for any board members?
Thank you for your presentation, information, well done. The next step in the process is we'll check references. From that, I'll have a conversation with our board members. Hopefully we can call a special board meeting and have a final decision, hopefully by our next scheduled board meeting, which is October the 11th.
Thank you very much. We're
Thank-
grateful to have talked with you this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
While he's doing that, everybody bring their evaluation package. Okay. Got personnel, closed session. Huh? Don't forget to give your closed session to Mr. Lawson.
Great. Okay, we don't have any, huh? We don't have any, anyone for public comments? We'll go to the, action item. We have some members away in meetings. Ms. Freeman is away, and Dr. Locklear and Mr. Denholtz is going to present the mental health plan.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Chairman Simmons, Dr. Williamson, Superintendent, and school board members. I wanted to present to you tonight the mental health plan. If you look on the first copy, it does have an outline of all the members are on district mental health team, which is including people here at the central office and law enforcement. School mental health is defined as school mental health that will address aspects of social, emotional, and school age within school age children that encompass the wellness, the mental health, substance use, and effects of adverse childhood experiences, which includes trauma. In June of 2020, the school the session law, 2027 was adopted by North Carolina General Assembly, which in compliance with the state policy, we started tiering our supports and services. We already had a mental health plan in place, but we have aligned it to address the issues with the state that consisted of having a school-based mental health policy to address issues from K through 12. Our tier policy, if you look at our triangle, which is very similar to the MTSS model, it addresses and collaborates with the integration of MTSS. So we're looking at our students as a holistic approach, making sure we're addressing issues not just in academics, but their social emotional learning, trauma that they could have experienced, and we're tiering that for behavioral supports as well. So the value and benefits of addressing this for the whole child is meeting the child where they need to be met and addressing all their issues for social, emotional, and mental health, as long as in addition to in the classroom with our teachers as well, not just our children. It is also strengthening our communities and schools to work better together and building that one team, one goal model. We are in our third stage right now with our school mental health program. It's an evidence-based mental health practice that includes, like I said, the MTSS, a warning, our early warning system, referrals, attendance, grades. We look at classworks and ECATs. We have behavioral screeners. We have the suicide risk assessment that all staff in the student support services, which includes our counselors and social workers, deliver if they have a student that comes in and says that they have suicide ideation or at risk. Our staff is included in training for the youth mental health first aid, CALM, suicidology, and also we partner with outside communities to address issues that are specific for PSRC for referrals to mental health providers. Gaggle and second steps and self-care and SCORE, which includes our new counselors and social workers that come on staff, are provided with professional development that includes trying to understand the needs of our students through PoHealth, PBIS, the Resilience Project. We also have VEEP, the Stop Bullying and Bullying and Cyberbullying Safety. If you look on the mental health allocation plan, that also includes second steps for all elementary, so that's all K through 8 students. Gaggle After Hours has been included this year, which will be consistent for all grade levels. Mental health is at the middle school level. PBIS Rewards is at elementary, middle, and high school at Red Springs High School, which is being piloted. The Resilience Project is at St. Paul's Elementary and Roland Norman. VEEP is at the middle schools and has been included in Purnell Sweat this year. Stop Bullying is at Purnell Sweat in all middle schools. And then the Bullying and Cyber Safety is at 7th grade and ongoing. And as I close, like I said, we are on year 3 in our project. Trying to get you the page number. Hold on one second. I have a lot of little stickies. It's on page 42, which will show you what we're doing in our district with the professional development and who's included, whether it's teachers, instructional support staff, principals, and assistant principals. It'll give you how we're doing throughout the year and who's getting what training. If you look at the very beginning at the top, as far as the Canvas course, it's all inclusive of everybody with the 6 hours. Then East Carolina is doing Darkness to Light with the Stewards of Light is the sex trafficking prevention, which is a 2-hour presentation or professional development for them. The Youth Mental Health First Aid is something that we included at the very beginning. So all our new staff that haven't had it will get trained in that as well. CALM goes with that Youth Mental Health First Aid as far as trying to take lethal means out of the home for children who are facing mental health issues and concerns. Suicidology would be for all new staff, new counselors, social workers, and nurses. And also the CIS roles for the procedures and protocols and referring to mental health and reviewing that with the counselors, nurses, and social workers. We did have a brochure that was included in here that was done by one of our interns through the State Employees Credit Union this year. And the reason why we created that brochure, if you see it, it's on page 38 of the mental health district plan, is we needed something to be able to provide parents if they come in, not just for parents that have issues that are having students that are in crisis, but maybe they know someone who's in crisis and they can do some identifying information and help those families with looking, seeing, and listening and how to seek help for those families that might be in need. And it also gives them some tips for self-care and has just a breakdown of some providers. But the whole list of exhaustive providers that we do provide families when they come in is also on page 46 and 47. So all these agencies we partner with in the district, we don't choose an agency for a family. We want it to be individualized for their need and their care for their child. So we give them the list of the providers and then they reach out to see who could be the best fit for their child with their mental health program. Do you have any questions in regard with our district plan?
Mr. Lawson, any questions? Ms. Davis? And social, I'm sorry. Let me find you where you at.
Okay, so we have a structured plan for the kids. And then I see we do have a teacher wellness initiative. Do the teachers have anyone that they can rely on, like on a day-to-day basis? I see that they have like the once a month check-ins, they have the EAP available. And I'm sure that's probably like a limited times a month they can call and get services. So do they have someone like that they can rely on like day-to-day for the stressors they have?
That's where our support staff come into play as well. Our suicide risk protocol is in place as well for staff because we've had that in the past where it's been necessary and needed. So the same structure and procedures are in place for staff as well as students. If a staff member comes in and they're in crisis or they need help, the first point of contact would be the administrator and then that student support services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Walker?
I was actually going to ask a very similar question because when I'm looking here on page 5, and it has school mental health defined. Was this a definition that we came up with internally, or was it something maybe included from?
It was not something that we came up with internally.
Okay.
It was something that was in regular practice and definition of what school mental health looks like. And we just adapted it for our district plan.
That's just what I was going to mention was, in this definition, it's really only focusing on, the children, which, I mean, of course, they're very important, but also is there room to expand this to include our faculty and staff? Because when we think about school mental health, it's, in my mind, it's the holistic piece. And I was also gonna ask, outside of the typical healthcare coverage, what's included with an employee's insurance and what we have access to. Does the district provide additional mental health resources for our staff? And if so, would it be included as a part of this overall plan?
That's a very good question. So when we look at the definition of school mental health, it does encompass our students and our staff. We do address that as well. We have a very good program and where we have gone out and done presentations with staff members. And that's not just the support staff, but also the school nurses have a very good program that they do as far as stress relief and how to handle stress. And we have done that for several years with staff, even not just teachers, but it has encompassed our principals and our assistant principals because they have a really heavy load as well. So we do that. If there's anything where they need references, like the mental health provider list is not just for students, it's for our staff as well, that they can use that.
Dr. Emanuel, may I jump in front if you had a question? Ms. Locklear. Melissa, will you talk about our employee assisted program?
Yes, sir. We do have the Employee Assistance Program, which is available to any employee within the public schools of Robeson County. It is for any reason that a employee may have, whether it's something going on at home, something personal, that we can assist them with counselors. This is very private to to the employee only. We do not receive any type of feedback from the counselors that they see. And this is free to all employees. All they need to do is contact myself or Ms. Courtney Sutton, and we would be happy to give them that information and actually schedule an appointment.
And I just want to say one more thing too. We have really good principals in the district that recognize the needs of their staff. So we had one in particular that had a yoga class one time that helped to alleviate a lot of the problems with their staff. So if they see that and they recognize that there's a need, we have really good principals that pick up that and move forward with what their staff needs.
Mr. Leach, Mr. Brewer, Mr. Lowry.
More or less a comment. His document looks good. It's a good document. But the thing that I think we must stay mindful of is whatever we can do to get people to talk to each other, be it children, be it adults. Everybody has got to talk to each other. And I'm talking about on campuses. We know we got children and we got teachers at school or staff at school that's got problems. Everybody's got them every day. And sometimes people, we just need to make sure they're aware, like you said, the counseling or the help is there, that they can go find it and they're willing to talk to somebody and have somebody there for them to talk to. The paper's fine, but if people aren't talking, they're keeping it inside. And we all know that is not good in the long run.
That's absolutely right. We had an incident at one school. The counselor took it upon herself. She called me later. She said, Jadelle, I've done something. She said, I reached out to an agency, which was one of our agencies in our plan. And she said, I went ahead and put 14 of those kids in that counseling with that agency for 6 weeks. It's been the best opportunity for those children. After she done that, she had multiple parents call and reach out to her because she knew that they would not talk, but if she put them in there, they would open up and something would happen. And it has been the best thing that she has done. And I think she's happy because she made that. But like you said, if we don't know and we are aware that kids are not going to talk, we have to be very proactive in making sure that they're taken care of as well.
Dr. Manuel.
I want to thank the committee who did this plan. It's very comprehensive. And also, Ms. Thompson spoke about our EPA program for staff. But regardless of all the resources we have, sometimes people fall through the cracks. And I think we have to be cognizant every day of the needs. And I'm concerned about in Jadel's office, Jadel has to be in the field a lot. And a lot of times, there are times when people call and they need her services. She's out in the field. I would like for the superintendent and whomever to look and see how we could rearrange and make sure we can have some kind of center here with leaflets and brochures and somebody that can answer the phone to refer and get people who are desperate and need help. As a matter of fact, there have been a couple of times that Jadel's help was needed, but Jadel was in the field. And when you get a voicemail or you get maybe a secretary who refers you or pipes you into somebody else to another voicemail, and it's an emergency. I'd love to see maybe somebody think of a way that we could get a direct person when somebody calls Jadel's office, parents, people with issues, and maybe set up some kind of center, put Jadel in a place where she can have leaflets, pamphlets, a welcoming atmosphere for people. I don't know how it could be done, Mr. Superintendent, but I know with your wisdom, you'll think of a way.
We will take care of that and certainly identify Jadel as our primary and identify secondary, which most of the times is Melissa already that we do that, but we will take care of that.
That's all, Dr. Main.
That's all.
Mr. Gentry.
This falls right in line with what Mr. Craig said and Dr. Emanuel. And as they were talking, my mind went back to a video, a film of yesteryear. And I'm dating myself when I tell you what it is. It's called Cypher in the Snow. Anybody ever see
Yeah, I
that?
remember seeing that little boy on the bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And whether we realize or not, there are a lot of ciphers in the snow. It may not snow every day, but there are ciphers out there. And a lot of them go under the radar. And I want to commend you too on this. It's such a thorough job, and I really appreciate the part on all of it, but the part on suicide prevention. One child lost is one too many. And inevitably we hear, sadly, and I don't mean just here, but everywhere, you know, way too often. And so, you know, again, following up, that was, you were thinking, it was like you're reading my mind. You know, we really need to have a radar going about children and staff. You know, what's happening. Communication. Just a comment.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Jadell.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lawson, second by Mr. Gentry. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved. Resolution to change certain properties with the county. Our board attorney, Mr. Grady. First by Mr. Lawson, second by Mr. Grady.
I have a question for point of clarification.
Okay, Mr. Gentry. You turn it off?
No, that's on now. Okay. Okay. The fifth whereas point, the above described property owned by the public schools of Robeson County is road frontage property. And that's the part I'm having trouble with. I know it gives a description. So am I correct that this road frontage property, this particular point here is road frontage property that was owned before the exchange took place? Okay. All right, so that speaks to the current property owned by public school. Okay. All right, thank you.
All in favor? Mr. Randy made a motion, Mr. Craig second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion approved. Monthly reports by Ms. Erica.
Good evening, Chairman Simmons, Superintendent Dr. Williamson, and board members. You'll find in your packet the monthly financial report. I had planned to present the operating budget as well at this meeting, but due to our presentations and lack of time available, we'll do that at the next meeting. So you'll see those budget amounts in the monthly financial report next time. And I can answer any questions anyone has at this point.
Make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Thank you.
'22, '23 school fundraiser, Ms. Sessa.
Same, if anybody has any questions, I can answer those in regards
Make
to
a
those
motion to
fundraisers.
approve, Mr. Chairman.
First by Mr. Law, second by Mr. Leach and Mr. Brewer. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion approved.
Thank you.
He's going to check.
Okay. If you're ready?
I'm ready whenever you are.
Great, great. We thank you for submitting a proposal to provide legal services for the public schools of Robertson County. You're already aware, we heard presentations from two other firms tonight. You will make the third. Have an hour for your presentation and questions, and starting out at 7:25, so we run it to 8:25. At this time, we'll yield that you introduce your staff, and we'll listen to your presentation.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Williamson. My name is Richard Schwartz, and with me here are Alex Grosskirth and Mackenzie Skeens. We're with Schwartz Law, and we are very happy to be here tonight. So thank you very much for inviting us. We're cognizant of the fact that you've been sitting here for several hours listening to lawyers make presentations to you. So we are not going to give you a very long presentation. I will give you a little bit of background. I've been practicing law since 1978 and doing education law almost exclusively since 1979. I started out after law school as Vice President General Counsel of a jazz record company in New York. And then I came to my senses and returned to North Carolina after having gone to school here, and started work with Tharrington Smith and Hargrove at the time, now Tharrington Smith in Raleigh. And I left that firm in 1991 to form what at the time was the first exclusively education law firm in the southeastern United States, and one of only a couple in the United States. So I started the firm with the idea of doing nothing but education law after I had been doing almost exclusively education law for about 11 years, 12 years with Tharrington Smith. So at the time, it was a gamble, and I had a number of school attorney friends outside of North Carolina that I had done a lot of work with. I had, along with George Rochester, I helped form the North Carolina Council of School Attorneys. I was on the board of directors of the National Council of School Attorneys. And so when I went out on my own to form a law firm dedicated solely to the practice of education law, that was a novel idea in 1990. And it's turned out very well. And now there are a number of law firms that specialize in education law. So since 1990, I've had my own firm. It started out as Richard Schwartz and Associates. It became Schwartz and Shaw. I know you just heard from Brian Shaw and some of the folks who used to work with me. And then as of this year, it's now Schwartz Law. And we have a young and growing law firm that has a rich background in tradition. So that's a novel amalgamation. And we've got another attorney back at the office. Ashley White is recently joined us, and we're about to add a few more attorneys. So we're growing, and we're growing fast. I've been doing work in education law, as I mentioned, for a long time now. And when I started doing education law in North Carolina, there were 143 school systems, including 5 here. And so I did some work for Red Springs and Fairmont and St. Paul's and Lumberton and the old Robeson County schools before it was the public schools of Robeson County. So I've been around for a while and learned a few things over the years. We work with a lot of different school systems, some on a retainer basis as their general counsel, and others on a case-by-case basis, or we might do just their personnel work or one thing or another that their local attorney would like us to handle, or that the board would like us to handle, or that the superintendent has called us to handle because of one reason or another. Maybe the local attorney has a conflict of interest, or maybe it's beyond what they usually handle, or they need some additional expertise. Most of our work is in North Carolina. I've worked with superintendents and school systems all over the country. At one time or another, I've worked with about 95% of the school systems in North Carolina, either on a case, might be one case, or it might be a variety of things, or an ongoing relationship for years. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we bring a wealth of experience, and we see a lot of things that translate from one school system to the next. So there are a lot of things that every school system is going to need to handle, and we will periodically send out advice letters on something that's bubbling up or about to happen, and share that information with a number of our clients. Sometimes we'll get information from one of our clients that leads us to look into an issue, and then the same issue will pop up next week with the same, in a different school system. So, for example, when splat guns first came in, and nobody knew what they were, we had an issue that happened with an event after a ball game, and somebody was firing in the dark using a laser pointer, and an SRO came out, and it almost turned into a tragedy because they didn't know what they were dealing with. All of a sudden, there were splat guns everywhere, and so we sent out some information about that. So that'll happen. That's just a simple little example of things that will happen from time to time. We come by this honestly. I grew up in a public education household. My dad was a teacher and a guidance counselor and a coach and principal and assistant superintendent and a superintendent. And my mom was a school nurse. And all of our family friends growing up came from that circle. So public education's in my blood. It's very much a part of me and of everybody that comes and works with me. It's a dedication to a particular area of the law because we care very deeply about it. I'm involved with a lot of different advocacy groups, education organizations that touch on public education. I spent 2 hours before we got on the road to come down here on a phone call because I'm on the executive council and the board of directors of the Public School Forum of North Carolina. So just got out of the 2-hour meeting and jumped in the car to come down here. I'm vice chairman of the North Carolina Council on the Holocaust. So there are a lot of different organizations that I'm involved with. Dr. Williamson is on the foundation board for the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching, and I've been the president of that board for more than 25 years. So very much involved in public education from a lot of different standpoints and a lot of different perspectives, and have a lot of contacts resulting from that, resulting from those activities. And as I mentioned, I've been around for a little while, and that experience and those levels of contacts, I think, are used to tremendous benefit for our clients. We've got situation going on with one of our clients right now where I've got a well, actually, I don't want to get into detail about that situation, but I've got a client. I've got a client who has a particular need, and I've got a very good contact that's able to help out. Is the way I should say that. So I've been doing this for a long time, and longer than Dr. Emanuel's been doing it. So. We would bring that experience to bear for the school system. My goal for any of my school board clients is to keep you out of trouble. Not to get you out of trouble, but to keep you out of trouble. And there's a big difference. Getting you out of trouble is time consuming and expensive. And Abraham Lincoln said that a lawyer's stock in trade is time. Time is money. And we try not to rev up the bills on you, but we try to do a good job. We try to do it in a cost-effective manner. I'm sure the attorneys who were here before us told you the same thing. But we've got a wealth of experience that helps us do that. We try to be efficient, and we try to draw upon what we've got in the files. So it's very common for us to be able to get a new problem that comes in for a client, and we say, okay, pull this file, pull that legal memo. We've already looked at this. We've already done that. We've done half the research. So a lot of that time is very effective for you, and it's paid for in advance. Through the experiences that we've had with others. Keeping you out of trouble is the important thing. So we do that by educating you. We do that by keeping you up to date. We do that with memos that come to you on new emerging legal trends or developments that are either something that we anticipate or responsive to your needs. For example, earlier this week, I did a workshop on transgender legal issues because the school system has a couple of transgender students, and the first ones that they've had, and they weren't sure what they could do or how they could deal with things or what the law was. So we did a workshop on that. We do a lot of workshops, and in our proposal, we've listed several pages worth of workshops. And we're constantly doing training. I'm leaving from here to go to spend the night on the road, and I'm speaking all day tomorrow at another school system on doing Title IX training, more in-depth Title IX training than they've had in the past. And that's a big issue. If you haven't had it, you need to have Title IX training. You're required to have it. Everybody in your school system is a mandatory reporter now. They're required to have the training. And the heck of it is, when we're done with this training, within about a year or so, there are going to be a whole bunch of new rules. coming out of the Biden administration. But you have to have the training or you're going to get in trouble. So the list of workshops that we provided for you in the proposal should give you a real, I'd encourage you to take a look at it. It goes on for several pages, and it should give you a real good idea of the depth and breadth of our experience and our practice. I speak a lot at different school systems and at different state and national level meetings. There's a never-ending source of legal issues to speak on. If you would have told me 3 years ago that I'd be sending out memos on ESSER funding and COVID and remote learning and all of the things that we've been dealing with for the past few years, I would have said, what are you talking about? I've been doing this for a long time. I've never even heard of those things. And that's one of the things I love about education law is just, it's constantly changing all the time. New developments, either from case law or from the State Board of Education or the Department of Public Instruction or the General Assembly or the local school system. Things happen and things change all the time. And that makes it interesting. I love getting phone calls from the Freddie Williamsons of the world. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the phone going, are you making this up? And nope, they're not making it up, but it's something I've never dealt with before, even after all these years doing education law. So that's one of the things I love about it is it's a constant challenge. It's a constant intellectual challenge. It's a constant legal challenge. And it's a constant people challenge. Public education is uniquely a people business. Everything you do is people oriented. And the challenges that come are from the things that people can think up. So it's limitless, and it's fun and it's inspiring and it's interesting. So we have a great time practicing education law. We love it, and it's a passion. It's a real passion for us. One thing I would like to tell you is that I'm a straight shooter on what our proposal says and what it doesn't say, and rates. And there is no going rate for representing school systems because there are no two school systems that are alike, and there's not a 50 cents on the dollar per student rate or anything like that. The different boards of education operate differently, different administrations operate differently, their level of expertise and experiences are different, and that means that their needs for legal services are going to be different. And then just when you think you've got a handle on it, there'll be some lawsuit that gets filed, or Southside Ashpole will be sucked up by the Innovative School District, or there'll be a special education case that's a monster, and it'll blow all your planning out of the water for legal issues. So as I mentioned, there's no going rate. And what we've tried to do in our presentation, in our proposals, is give you a wide variety of different options. And within that variety of different options, not tell you what you need or what you want, but give you different options to select what you think you need and what will best meet your school system. And we understand that meeting the needs of your school system means not only the legal needs of your school system, but also the budgetary needs of your school system. What can you afford? I'm aware of the work that Mr. Hunt has done for you over the years, and you've gotten a hell of a deal. You've gotten a great deal. And I'm sure there's a little bit of sticker shock looking at some of the proposals that you have. But that's reality today. And the rates that we charge are low compared to rates for other attorneys with similar levels of experience. And we keep the rates low because it's a public venture. And we know that there's a public sensitivity to the rates that are being charged. As I mentioned, we are a law firm that does nothing but education law. And that means that we don't have a bunch of other departments to go to within a big law firm to try to find out, is there a conflict of interest with this? Big law firms have a lot of expertise in other areas, but that also means they may have conflicts of interest. It may mean that they can go to their construction law section and say, do you have a conflict of interest? And then they might find out their construction law section is representing a contractor and suing a school system. Well, you're not going to have that with us. You're not going to have conflicts like that. We are from Raleigh, but we're not in a big glass skyscraper in Raleigh. We try to maintain our overhead at a reasonable level. And our rates reflect that, I think. I would invite you to look carefully at the proposals that are in front of you. We don't charge a surcharge for expenses. We charge actual expenses, not an hourly rate that is a markup on the hourly rates for the attorneys. Your strategic plan speaks to the whole school, the whole community, the whole child. And that's kind of our approach too. It's the whole school system and the whole child. And we try to keep in mind that the purpose for your existence and the reason why you're here and the reason why we're here is to serve kids, to do what's best for kids. And sometimes that makes it difficult. I did a presentation years ago for the National Council of School Attorneys at a national convention, and it was all about the apostrophe. It was students' rights versus students' rights. Student apostrophe S, one student versus students S apostrophe, all the other students. And sometimes in order to protect the rights of all of the students, you've got to deal with an individual student, and make sure you're protecting that individual student's rights, but also realize that sometimes you've got to take steps to protect the greater school community. I've done a lot of work on school safety. The superintendent at Columbine was one of my clients, one of my superintendent clients. And so I got involved fairly early on with that. And I've spoken on school safety and violence issues and written on it and spoken at conferences all over the country about that. Getting back to our retainer proposal, we've tried to give you things that are what I call within the range of fair. Fair to you and fair to us, and giving you some blended hourly rates so that you're not paying a very high rate for a senior partner, and instead you're paying a low blended rate regardless of who does the work. And the amount of work that you generate is, as I mentioned, a function of how you operate and what your needs are. And it may be that you decide you don't really need a lawyer all that often. Some school systems don't like to call the lawyer, or they have a cap on how much time they spend calling the lawyer. And they decide when there are going to be exceptions to that. Other school systems say, look, we'd rather pay for it up front and get the legal advice up front and the preventive maintenance and not have to pay for it later. It's like that old Fram oil filter commercial some of you may remember. You can pay me now or for the Fram oil filter, or pay me later by replacing the whole engine. And we're big believers in that commercial and how it translates to school systems. So again, that goes to the workshops. It goes to the preventive maintenance and the training. We do workshops, we do tutorials. I'm meeting in a couple of weeks with an HR department to go over how they operate in HR, the different contracts they have, the templates they have. What do you do in this certain circumstance? What do you do if you're dealing with a contract teacher or a career teacher or a classified employee? What do you do if you're dealing with a contract administrator? What do you do if you're dealing with an administrator who's protected under the administrator contract law versus an administrator who doesn't fall under that law? We work with our school systems in a variety of ways for the preventive maintenance. We do training sometimes for beginning teachers when they're first coming in. We do training for principals and assistant principals. Sometimes we get a phone call from the superintendent saying, look, my principals really need some training in this particular subject. Can you put together a workshop? And if we haven't done it before, then we'll do it and put that together. We do a lot of board training on topics that you're required to get, like ethics. You're required to get 2 hours of ethics training. Every time you get elected or appointed or reelected, you're required to have 12 clock hours of training every 2 years. So we do that training for school board members if they like. We've had situations where school boards aren't getting along. We'll do workshops on how to be more effective as a board and board members. So we'll do ethics training, parliamentary procedure training, different scenario training, and try to keep people up in the law. I do want to mention a couple of things. You've got some proposals, I know, in front of you that purport to have all-inclusive options. And I would invite you to look at those quote-unquote all-inclusive options very carefully because they've got exceptions for litigation. They've got exceptions for exceptional children's work. They've got exceptions for one thing or another. And so we haven't given you an all-inclusive option. Rather, what we've told you is, here's the highest option that we've got. And if it exceeds 170 hours in a month, then we'll give you this lower blended hourly rate once you get over 170 hours in a month. So it's again, what I'm trying to do is get to a range of fair, as opposed to you can roll the dice on the all-inclusive option, but then you find out that there were a couple of things that weren't included in the all-inclusive option, and you'll get a surprise at the end of the month or a month later. There are a lot of things I could tell you about our firm, about the work that I'm proud to say I've done in North Carolina and other states over the years. But I've rattled on for quite some time now. And as I mentioned, I am aware that we're the third group that you've listened to tonight. So I would like to take a minute and ask Alex and Mackenzie to step up to the mic and introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll be ready to take your questions if it's okay with you.
So thank you for having us. I'm Mackenzie Skeens. As for my education background, I went to the University of Georgia and then Campbell Law School. I've been working at the firm for almost a year now, and I handle special education issues, board policies, and pretty much anything else that comes across my desk. Prior to working at the firm, I worked as Assistant General Counsel at the Department of Public Instruction. And yeah, pretty much it.
Hi, it's nice to meet all of you and to be here and have a chance to talk. I went to public schools my entire life. Public school for elementary school, public school for middle school, public school for high school, public school for undergrad at UNC, and public school for law school at UNC. So I have a lot of education experience there. I've been at the firm for almost a year now. I handle a lot of the contract work that comes across, personnel and student issues, a lot of those. Bond forfeitures, vehicle forfeitures, if that's something that your board asks your attorney to handle, that would typically come to me. And I will also handle some property or land questions, depending on exactly what is needed.
So with that, I think we're ready for your questions.
Okay, so is it just y'all three that's in y'all firm, or do you have other attorneys?
We have another attorney. We have 3 law clerks and a paralegal, and we are in the process of hiring more attorneys.
Mr. Lawson, you have any? Ms. Ocean? Mr. Terry?
I have a quick question. Do you happen to know like the month or any sort of time frame around where you communicated that information to the districts you represent about the splat guns?
I'm sorry, I didn't get
The guns that you were talking about.
the splat guns?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was the
Do
question?
you
there?
have any idea about when you communicated the information to your districicts about those?
Yeah, I was thinking about March or
March or
April,
April.
February, March, April, somewhere around
Of
there.
this year?
Yes.
Okay, thank
It
you.
was early March because it was during March Madness.
Okay.
Okay, because I was thinking about those, how forecasting those types of events or forecasting those types of issues can get ahead of potential problems. Thank you.
I'll get you. Mr. Leach? Mr. Brewer?
I'm gonna ask the question, understand you got 4 attorneys, you said. Is this, looking at, option G or H, is this 7/24 availability?
24/7, yeah. I would invite you to call anybody who has ever worked with me or anybody I've ever worked for, and they'll tell you that I'm nonstop. I'm 24/7. I'm on the road. I'm in the office, and I'll answer your phone calls at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll be in the office by 3:30 if need be after that phone call, and we are 24/7.
Mr. Curry?
Who would the same person pretty much be attending our board meetings? And we have a meeting at least once a month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that would be our intent. But we would also, if there was a particular issue, for example, that when somebody was working on and it was a hot button issue, then that person might come to a particular meeting instead of your usual face. So we would like you to become familiar with everybody in the firm, but we would have a lead attorney assigned to you, and then as need be, rotate somebody in for a particular big play. So if it's third and long, forgive me, Mr. Leach, if it's third and long and you need a pass play in, you're going to put in your best wide receiver maybe for that. So we'd have the best wide receiver show up for that play.
Would most of the time, would the person be you?
Could be, if you want me.
On a regular basis?
Pardon me?
On a regular basis, on the monthly meetings?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Manuel, I'm gonna come to you. Okay, Mr. Gentry.
As we all know, school safety is very much in the public eye and obviously a hot issue in a number of ways. We're all acquainted with many of the events that have happened in recent years. Would part of your function be to audit our school safety measures that are in place now and make recommendations? And I'll give an example for resource officers where there's needed, where perhaps an additional resource officer would be indicated at a particular school and based upon what historically has taken place there. Is that part of your framework?
Not exactly. Let me tell you what I would suggest with something like that. I've been involved with and assisted with school safety audits, but that's a law enforcement level of expertise comes into play there. What I would suggest, and I don't know how your SROs are set up. I don't know if I know you don't have a company police force. There are only 2 school systems in the state that do. I don't know if you contract with the sheriff's department or the sheriff's department in municipalities, or if they just provide the SROs and you don't contract with them. In that case, you should have a memorandum of agreement or a memorandum of understanding setting forth who has what responsibilities, access to records. There are different requirements under FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, with access to student records and law enforcement records, and make sure that they have training for search and seizure, because the rules are different for the police than they are for school officials on search and seizure. And I've been doing work on that for many, many years. I've been part of school system safety audits, but I haven't, I wouldn't tell you that that's something that we do. That's not really a lawyer's job. It's more a function of getting the right group together, so that you look at building hardening, and you might have an architect involved in that, or you might have your operations people involved in that for building hardening. And so you're looking at structure at that point, and you're looking at capital projects to do that, and door entryways and that sort of thing. There's training for the SROs. There's training for school folks on interacting with the SROs. So it covers the training would cover a wide range of different things, and but all of that goes into what I believe you're talking about, which is a school system safety audit.
Anyone else?
Please.
Schwartz, will you talk to us about your work with the budget bill every year and the interpretation of the intent of that you do for the entire state? That is extremely helpful for superintendents, finance officers, HR. Would you talk about that, please?
About the training, you say?
Well, about interpretation of the budget bill every year.
Oh, the budget bill.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, we do legislative updates, and as you all are probably aware, the General Assembly more and more has taken the approach of including education law matters, policy matters, and changes in education law in the budget bill. So lots of times the budget bill is half of it's about the money, and the other half of it is stuff that people stuck into the budget bill, because up until a couple of years ago, the budget bill is always going to pass. Well, it didn't a couple of years ago, so, which I was very disappointed in, because I had gotten some legislation put into the budget, and a nice appropriation put into the budget, and then it got vetoed and it didn't get passed. So, but we do workshops on legislation, not just the budget, but on all the legislation that's passed. And we send out updates as different significant pieces of legislation pass during the legislative session. And so we'll do workshops in individual school systems. We'll speak at different conferences about that, and we'll send out legislative update kind of newsletters and interpretations. What we try to do is not only tell, and you can get that right now, the School Board Association's really ramped up and done a really good job of expanding their legislative staff, including their most recent hire, who's Mackenzie's twin sister, just got added to the School Board Association legislative staff. But they do a good job of sending that stuff out and telling you this law passed and what's in it. What we try to do is take it to the next level and say, this is what's in it. This is how it's likely to be interpreted. This is the impact it's likely to have. These are some things you should be looking out for or planning for and anticipating as a result of this legislation passing. So our approach is to try and take it to the next level and tell you not only this is what it says and this is what it does, but this is how it may impact you and what you should be doing in response to it or anticipation of it. That answer your question, Dr. Williamson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thanks.
thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, thank you for your presentation. Next step in the process, we'll check references. From that, we'll ask the board for a special work meeting so that we can discuss all the presenters. From that, hopefully we'll have some recommendation for our October 11th regular board meeting. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and we really appreciate the opportunity and meeting you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you got your evaluation, just pass them down to the end. And then when we go into closed sessions,
I move that the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robinson County go into closed session for the purpose of discussing certified and classified personnel, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and 6, and to consult with the attorney retained by the board in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robinson County, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and 3.
I'm sorry. Had a first by Mr. Lawson, second by Mr. Leach. We are now in closed session.
motion to come out of closed session.
A motion by Mr. Randy, second by Mr. Brewer. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Need a motion for personnel? Approve personnel. Got a motion by Mr. Leach for personnel, second by Ms. Ocean. All in favor? Say aye. Those opposed?
No.
Okay. Got 2 noes and motion passed by the ayes. Closed session minutes. Need a motion?
Second.
Motion approved, a motion made by Mr. Leach, second by Mr. Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Those approved? Opposed? Ayes have it.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Motion made by Mr. Lawson. To adjourn, second by Mr. Leach. All in favor? Opposed? We are adjourned.